Hello. I think I might have actually found a way to get the chat up. So, let me just browser name this chat. Hopefully, this will work. Okay, so I'm gonna try to say something. Yeah, that works, that works. Okay, so it's not very good, but that'll have to do. Anyway, so yeah, still comes up. There you go. Okay. Let's start. Also, I'm probably gonna be looking down a ton because my knitting is down, obviously. So I was thinking of creating like a knitting PNG. But I never really. It turns out it's actually kind of really difficult to make a vectorized image of knitting. There are a lot of yarn to deal with. It's kind of difficult. Excuse me. I wonder if people can hear like my knitting needles clacking. Go up to the light. Please. Let's see. So, at dinner, you know, I was talking to my mother, Steve. Explained like, oh, you know, yeah, I'm gonna do like knitting and talking stream, right? That's what I'm doing, you know. And also I need to warn them so they can be a little quieter. Well, they're actually asleep right now, so. Anyway, and she was like, how on earth do you knit and talk at the same time? Because it's kind of. Today I learned my mother doesn't have quite the same ability of like zoning out on something. Just, I don't know. You guys ever like you're eating and then you're just taking bites into your mouth and then suddenly you kind of doze off. You think about weekend and what you're gonna do and what you've been doing this past week. And suddenly, suddenly your food's gone. And you have no idea what happened to it. I mean, you know what happened to it, but you're just like, Oh, should I eat that? And then, you know, I don't know. I do that so often that unless I kind of doze off, just kind of stare out into the distance or get lost in talking about something. Eating is really boring. You know, because you're just doing the same thing over and over again for so many bites, you know? I'm kind of inclined to add a row counter. You know, like how many rows I've done so far. But I feel like I kind of forget to, what's it? I kind of forget to do anything with the row counter, and that'd be kind of awkward. dun, 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 dun. Plus, for it to be a true row counter, I have to like count all the rows I've already done, and it's a lot of rows, so that'll kind of be a pain. Well, in case anyone's wondering what I'm knitting, it's a scarf with 4 colors. First 2 colors are kind of a magenta and a darker magenta. They're not really. Oh, no. It's like lavender and kind of darkish mauve. And the third color, the color I'm knitting right now, is a lightish gray. And the next color is going to be. Oh, is it? Oh, right. It's kind of like a darkish pinkish color. And the next color after that is like person I'm knitting it for wanted millennial pink, so it's millennial pink. Technically, they wanted millennial pink and gray, but at the time I started knitting it, I didn't have the right yarn. Of course, the yarn stores were closed, so I was kind of, you know. My grandmother really likes yarn. So so lately, what was it? So whenever she comes over, we kind of mysteriously accumulate approximately 5 more balls of yarn. Although the color variation is kind of limited, so it's like 5 balls of balls of barn. Yeah, I have lots of balls of barn. Anyway, I have like 5 balls of yarn that are blue. The other 5 are also blue. Anyway, my grandmother really likes blue. When I start streaming, I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta think of interesting things that happened this week. You know? Okay. Let's get on. In terms of that, I think we shared a lot of homework. But I didn't spell out the kind of thing. Do you guys read books particularly often? I feel like I keep even saying this, but I really don't read books particularly often. It's kind of, in the internet age, I think a lot of people get their reading online, you know? Oh, also, I figured out how to get my I figured out how to get my arm plates to stop looking like they used to do. You know? I mean, I don't know if you know, but they were like they had kind of like this crease in part of them. But it turns out that if I go to the software I'm using, capture my face. It's just being kind of ineffective right now because my laptop is in a really weird position relative to me, so I can knit comfortably. Anyway, you just have to change the quality settings. That's also a good thing to know, because previously I was decreasing number of polygons on my model, because I thought, hey, you know, maybe that'll make it a lot harder for the face software I'm using. But I guess if it reduces the polygon count itself, I don't really need to worry about that so much, you know? Oh, but weird things happen if you reduce it too much, you know? Because then you'll go to... See, the program we're using has a lot of animations you can use. You can also import ones, by the way, if you make them in Blender. I've been thinking of doing that, but I'd have to learn Blender. You can also import expressions, that's really cool. Well, I haven't personally found the opportunity to use them. But I'm sure if you have like, if you have maybe another person with you, or maybe a team, that's probably really cool, you know? So you can get the expressions set up, you can have them changed all nice. Currently mine are like, yeah, mildly happy. It's me most of the time, really. It's kind of confident, more confident than I usually am. Maybe like really happy. Maybe like kind of sad / sorry, so it's mildly disgusted. I like this one, which is really sad. And then you have this one, which is there one here? Oh no, there isn't. Okay, so this is surprise. You're really surprised? And this is angry, you know? Well, I've also got like this, which is kind of fun. If anyone's wondering, I think I've done like 2 rows so far. I'm kind of questioning whether after the stream I should post my editing progress, because on one hand, I'll be like, I don't know, it's kind of the result, but at the same time, if my friend follows like obscure VTubers, that'd kind of awkward, you know. Well, it's very unlikely they'd see it, so. They also knit, but they're not pretty good at it. Or maybe they are good at it. I don't know. Anyway, let's see. Oh, so one thing I experienced that kind of awkward earlier on when I was knitting is so I had actually switched knitting needle sizes at one point. So I have this row which is a whole lot larger than all the others, well, several rows. I mean, no one's gonna notice. I know that, but I can notice, you know? So every time I look at that, it's just like, ha. Oh, right, so you know how sometimes you might have trouble keeping track of notes? You know? Because I have all these books, see? But they're on my desk. And what happens to my desk pretty much every night is that my cats come on and they knock everything off of it. So it makes it really hard to keep track of my notes, especially since a lot of my notebooks are mostly identical. When I'm going out to class, I'm like, shoot, I forgot my notebook. I gotta grab one. Grab one. You know? So what I've been doing with my notes for really important classes, which I need to take notes for, is I've been taking them out of the notebooks and I've just been hanging them on the wall. That's kind of, I have my notebook on the wall. Oh. Excuse me, I just need to find more yarn. Fine. There you go. Okay. I just like knit close to the mic. Kind of awkward though. Dun, 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 dun. You know how my voice is really high most of the time, right? Well, see, this is probably kind of weird, but to me, my voice sounds a lot lower than it actually is. Mostly because I can go really, really high sometimes, especially when I'm kind of not really expecting to have to talk. So when I hear my low voice, which is this voice, I'm like, wow, that's really low. That's only really because I can talk like, that's only really because I can also talk like up here. I really don't like doing that. I mean, it's kind of fun, but it's also kind of painful. Oh, the lowest note I can reach changed yesterday. So that's good. I can go down to like F3 now. Seems like it stopped capturing my face. Hang on. Just gonna tilt my laptop. There we go. There we go. Okay. I'm moving now. I'm moving now. Am I? Hello? Are you moving? Yeah, you're moving. Good. Okay. Okay. I had a train of thought there. Hang on. Oh, right. So I have a stream layout in the making. That's kind of, I always want to start using it, but on the other hand, see, the issue is I'm not very good at making stream layouts, so it kind of doesn't look so great yet. Someday though. Because like I've gotten around to painting the details in some of it, but not in other parts. I'm also not super great at painting, so I might just repaint it. It's like in the corner where I am right now, there's a flying chair. And it's kind of like I'm zooming up to a castle wall. The chat a view above my head. Hopefully. Hmm, yeah, essentially, yeah. I have kind of a weird relationship with art. It's kind of like, part of me is always like, man, I should do more art, you know? There's always part of me that just kind of, I don't know, disinterested. It's kind of like, half of me is always interested, the other half's always disinterested, if you know what I mean. Mm. And flip. It doesn't seem like my rows are being affected by talking, so that's pretty good. I do seem to be going a bit tight on them though. Hang on. Okay. Oh, also, when I finish knitting the scarf, see? Oh yeah, my resolution's really crappy. Hopefully, like the chat, that'll get fixed someday. I keep forgetting to talk to people about it. Anyway. Okay. Hey. Well, those are my cats, sorry. I'm trying to keep them out of the room because they really like yarn. Like, well, like most cats, you know? Actually, sometimes, remember how we have like a giant quantity of yarn somewhere? So it's in a closet somewhere, a lot of it. And the thing about it is, so they can open doors as long as they have handles. The cats can. Cause they're really good at jumping. Yeah. We have to keep a lot of our doors open so they don't rub the paint off. We have to repaint them once. Anyway, what they like to do is they like to open the closet, and then one of them will go outside and he'll take one of the balls of yarn and he'll just place it somewhere random. He used to do this with socks too. I used to have like a bucket of socks in my closet. So one day I actually left my closet open. I came back to my room, you know, and it was just covered in socks. There's just socks here and socks there, and there were socks everywhere. And it was really awkward, you know, because I mean socks are good, but I don't know. I wish I would have like filmed him or something. He was really just going out the socks. He wasn't destroying them or anything. It was like he was arranging them super intricately. Oh, right, and do you know how I finally found a thing that I actually want to stream? I mean, not like I had a thing that I wanted to stream earlier, but it didn't really work because I have a habit of keeping electronics until they don't work anymore. Um, Although my iPad wasn't like that, because it stopped working earlier than that. So I inherited the one that one of my parents have been using. That one's so it works really well, but I really hope they can't open the door. My door doesn't actually close properly. It's kind of a precarious situation. although we're moving to a new place soon, so and they don't have a door that closes, and also the rooms are farther apart. So I might be able to stream outside of 10 p.m. So that'll be pretty cool. I kind of feel at a loss because I don't really like being awake at 10 p.m. super much. But to be honest, I'm awake at 10 p.m. either way, so that's also when I can get my conversational juices flowing the best, I think. I've had the whole day to go like, huh, yeah, that's an interesting topic. Maybe I should talk about that. Anyway, though, hopefully once we move, I'll be able to talk. Not talk. I'll be able to stream at more times of day than just this. Yeah. Well, the one thing that's awkward about the new apartment is so they have this. For some reason, the old owners decided to put the TV on top of the enfilade, but they have what's left of their TV installed in the back of the enfilade. That's just really confusing to me. Why would you want a TV on your enfilade? What do you do when your TV's on your enfilade? Cause it's too high to game on, right? Like not your enfilade. Enfilade's kind of a weird term. I think it is an enfilade, right? Yeah. Anyway, it's the thing above the fireplace. Because that's kind of too high to play any games or to watch any television. Maybe they're just really tall. I'm super short, so ever since I was little, I've kind of lived in like Shortland. Our chairs are short, our desks are short, and sometimes I look up and I realize, wow, we have a lot of ceiling. Like, wow, that's a really long way to the ceiling. I never realized. Yeah. This kind of reminds me of like back in elementary school, preschool, maybe when all the kids would have, for some reason, one of the things we had for like playtime is really long scarves they would collect. It's kind of a tradition, you'd like, if you were a parent, you'd get a scarf and you'd give it to the preschool. And you're like, yeah, they have a lot of scarves. A lot of really long scarves. I kind of forgot what we did with them. There's also like, I think we peeled our own apples and made our own bread. It's kind of strange. I mean, it wasn't really strange, but it was pretty cool, but I don't know. At least the teachers made the bread. The students didn't make the bread because we kind of, yeah. They made the bread at least once a year though. And also like the soup. The soup was a thing that kind of at the beginning of the year, everyone really disliked the soup. But at the end of the year, you grew to like the soup so much that you're like, man, I hope we have soup again today. You know? And there's this really delicious thing that they'd make with the apples. I don't remember what it is. It was like a cake, maybe? I think it might have been honey cake. You never know. Also, I think later, like many years after I went to preschool, we bought one of the apple peelers that they'd always used. And it's kind of we can't figure out how they got it to work, you know? Because whenever we peel the apples, ours doesn't really work so well. Maybe we just have like weird apples. Or maybe they're the ones with the weird apples. Huh. Anyway. Oh, also I came up with background music. I think I'll show that off for a second after I finish this row. If I didn't finish the row and I went off and did something else, I'd be kind of precarious, you know? One more stitch and it's done. Okay, I just gotta roll it down, roll off. I'll go get the thing. Okay. Okay, so what was it? So you know medley? Essentially, like, essentially I tried to make like kind of music in it. To have like, I thought maybe it would go like back to back. Oh, although one of the problems I'm having is for some reason I can't get my mic to go to the volume I want it to be. Anyway, it's not super important. The first track goes like. Oh, you know, that might be a little too intense, maybe. Also, it's kind of awkward because I have approximately zero music taste, so whenever I make something, I'm like, that sounds really good, but it really doesn't sound super good. Rather, it could sound good or it could sound bad, and I have no idea. Anyway, here's alright. And there's one final one. This one's a bit more lower. Yeah, so those are some clips of the music I tried to make for background music. So I might implement those sometime and kind of see how it goes. Oh, or maybe I'll post about it on my Twitter. I can be like, guys, do you think this is a good idea for background music, or do you think it's not a good idea? Because I have way more Twitter followers than like YouTube subscribers. Come to me, Yarn. Bye. think it's definitely very, very therapeutic. Usually when I'm knitting, I watch like videos and stuff like that. Well, lately I've been trying to watch more like streamers. For some reason, see, I don't have a good memory, so sometimes I forget to watch it. Sometimes I forget to watch people, so that's kind of awkward, but I'm trying to be better at it, because I want to know what people are doing. You know? Especially during the week. I have like more work. Can't really do as much. Maybe every day this week I'll have a knitting stream until it's just until the scarf is done. I can't have any more knitting streams. And every day it can be like, I want to say every day my UI, not UI, my layout gets a little bit better, but I don't think I don't think I can accomplish that. Probably step one would be like find/make some sort of knitting PNG. And then step two would be like find out how to implement background music. And step three would be like, oh well, that would be implementing the actual layout. Maybe also changing how the chat is displayed. I've heard you can do that. I don't know how to. You might have to install an extension, some kind of plugin. You often have to do that on Mac. Like, did you know that you can't record sound unless, I mean, you can't record sound coming from your computer on OBS unless you install an extension. Yeah. You can do that on Windows, but not on Mac for some reason. On Mac, you can also switch to Windows through a thing called Boot Camp. So I might try OBS over there. Right now, the only thing I really use that for is like egg osu. Lots of osu. I'm not very not lots of osu. I started like last week. With my previous computer, there wasn't enough space on the hard drive for using Boot Camp. Now I finally have space. It's like, heck yeah. I don't know why, but today I'm inclined to stream super late. Like, what if I was just here talking to the computer until like 2 p.m. until like 2 a.m. I was planning on having a day where I like stay up all night anyway. Cause my sleep schedule's really gone whack. And for some reason, that kind of situation I find is like, it's either don't sleep or bust. And right now I'm in bust. But like, I don't think that's the meaning I think it has. Anyway, yeah. The problem is I've gotten too good at going to sleep at like 5 a.m. and then my sleep schedule just keeps declining and declining because I get into like a rhythm. So I need to pull myself out of that rhythm. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps sometimes, yeah. Yeah. Right now it's kind of, I'm knitting using yarn and I'm spinning yarns, you know? That's bad fun. Anyway, it's very rhythmical. It's like, go under, over, down and over, under, over, down and over, pull, 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 under, over, down and over, pull. Like that. I'll probably clip that later. Yeah, lately I've been learning how to sing, kinda. Part of me is kind of awkward about it because my voice will change soon anyway. But sweater is really hot. At the same time, I'm too lazy to take it off. What was I saying? Probably not too boring. Oh, right. Lately, I've been learning how to sing. Cause I've always wanted to sing, but for some reason, whenever there's any other sound present, my voice just freezes. So I've never really been able to participate in a choir or anything like that. But I figure if I can't do that, let's just try our best to sing. And we don't know the melody of a song. So that's kind of, I don't know if that's been going well, but it's been pretty fun. Oh, also I can sound like an ambulance. Did you know that? I can go like, if I went to parties, I could pretend that's like a party trick. But it's kind of COVID stuff. Lately I've been getting like really into Christmas. It's kind of, I'm not Christian, kind of atheist, agnostic, but for some reason I just really like Christmas. It's like brings everyone together, you know? At least my family. Also the smell of like peppermint and pine trees. I really like peppermint and pine trees. And near the end of Christmas, you'll have like that 1 month where you have pine needles everywhere. And it's like get in my shoe, you know? Or, man, how'd they get on the couch? How'd they get literally anywhere, you know? Oh, it's like cat litter. Cat needles, not cat needles. Pine needles are like cat litter. Oh, you put your socks on, you put your shoes on, and suddenly you walk around for a moment and you're like, there's cat litter in my shoe. Except with pine needles, it's a lot more pointy. But with cat litter, it can kind of embed itself into your foot, and that's not very, it's not very pleasant, you know? Having cat litter in your foot. Um, um, Anyway, so now I know the lyrics to a lot of songs, but just with the wrong melody. Oh, I also once, I used to play around with, Taloid. That wasn't supposed to be said like that. Taloid. 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 Yeah, I have a problem because, there's something in me which wants to pronounce U-T-A-U, like top. But, I need to pronounce Lloyd like Lloyd because it's English. Without Lloyd. Taloid. Sorry. Taloid. 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 That sounds, I don't know. Anyway. I don't know why, but I kind of feel like I'm at like a campfire right now, you know? Maybe it's like I'm sitting at the hearth. It's like I'm sitting near a hearth, like 12 p.m., telling my grandchildren awkward stories from my adolescence. Like, did you know, kids, when I was in the 12th grade, I, I, back then it was very snowy around these parts, and I didn't have an invitation to this accident, but cause I lived in like the I don't know, like that. My grandparents always have really strong, both have, will all have really strong accents. Whenever I think of them, I'm like, oh yeah, accents. Grandparents, accents. Grandparents, accents. Accents are for grandparents. Yeah. One of them comes from England, so whenever I visit her, she's always like, I really can't understand you very well in your quick accent. Oh, but the reality is actually the hearing loss. um, yeah. I feel kind of bad for my cats. They probably want to be let in, but I really can't let them in. Sometimes I wonder if I could like go online and like take a really fiery persona, but I don't have the acting abilities. I think the people who do are really cool though. Well, some of them probably are that fiery, you know? Cause like, that must be so hard to keep up, you know? Being energetic all the time. Like, oh, things are great, things are really great. This is me being energetic. Things are very good, very good, very good. Today for breakfast, I had a lot of cauliflower. I actually did have a lot of cauliflower though. It's very nice cauliflower. This reminds me of how nervous I was on my first stream. I mean, I'm not nervous now, but I was like, I was stuttering for the first 30 minutes. Cause I stutter a lot when I get anxious, nervous. And then for the rest, the entire stream, I was just really awkwardly laughing. Like, it does kind of sound like a bird, though, you know. Have you ever been to like one of the bird exhibits? Especially what? Have you ever been to like a tropical bird exhibit in a zoo? And then all around you just hear like and like a and things like that, you know. When I was little, I used to go to zoos a ton, especially the petting zoo. Well, supposedly I got bit by a camel, and my mother would never let me go back. Camels are pretty rough. They like to bite. At least they like to bite more than you think they would. And there's always, of course, it's like, you know those zoo animals that are infamous for always hiding? Because they need a lot of alone time. Like red pandas and stuff. Yeah. Have you guys ever read Life of Pi? Yeah, I read it a year ago. I swear, it took me so long to figure out that it wasn't real. I mean, of course it isn't real, but you know, it's told so realistically that I can almost believe it, you know? It's like when I was little, and for some reason when I was little, I really thought that I really thought that when you turn 10, all kids just all kids just magically become Pokemon trainers. Because I was really obsessed with Pokemon, so that'd be the wish I make every birthday. You know, when you blow out the candles, I'd be like, please. Sorry to remember. Please turn me into a Pokemon trainer. All kinds of such dreams. last week I started to read this visual novel called Ijiqui. It's about love in Egypt. But I'm stuck on this one sentence. It's one of those sentences where it's not hard to translate, it's just, you know, it's probably a metaphor. So you have to find an equivalent metaphor, but the metaphor has been changed to match the setting. So, you gotta somehow decode that. It's something like, 1.36 Egyptian pounds, isn't worth waking up in the morning. Or is the worth of waking up in the morning. But, you know, I kind of feel like I need more perspective on that. Like, what's the... Is that referring to a metaphor? Is there... How many US dollars is 1.65 Egyptian pounds? Although it's also possible that it's talking about that point in time where she's talking to a different teacher who's also named after an Egyptian god. But I think that teacher called her out early in the morning to do some kind of task. Maybe. Anyway, yeah. That visual novel's pretty interesting because some of the students are literal Egyptian gods. But they're always facing sideways. Plus you'll have these, it's an otome. So, the romance. So you'll have the protagonist and she's like, he had a beautiful jackal's face with eyes like with eyes that looked like they were painted on, and sharp she really likes sharp eaters. Maybe it's like sharp noses. I don't know. And the transfer student comes in and he's another god. Oh, and one of the gods is just an egg. At least I think he's an egg. Oh, he might be a different thing. I'm not really fluent in Egyptian gods, so I can't really say. I do know that they start the day by praying to the sun. So I think their homeroom teacher might be Ra. Yay. I did quite a lot of rows. It's like, I think so far 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, I'm on the 12th row. 12th row. Let's see if we can get to 100 rows from that. It'll be a long time. I think if I am going to stream until morning, which I'm probably not going to do, I probably have to stop knitting at some point, and also just, I'd really delve into like, delirious knitting, and that's not a very good idea. I should probably switch to something else, like maybe, I don't know. maybe someday in the future I can host an event where like people give me random lines and I can try to sing them. Then people will be like, wow, that was really off. Oh, for real though, I kind of need to get over my restriction of not really being able to sing super well with music on. I mean, I can't really sing super well, period, but usually when I want to, that was a weird stutter right there. Usually when I want, what's going on? It is getting late. Usually when I want to sing something, kind of random, then I'll go to like YouTube and I'll type in karaoke. I'll just click whatever comes up. Usually I think first thing that comes up is from Nihongo no Mori. I'll type in Nihongo karaoke. Because sometimes if you type in just karaoke, a lot of the songs that come up are like English songs. They've katakana over them. I guess I'll be like Ititsugo or something like that. Oh, well, thanks for doing that. I've become pretty quick, like, speed reading words. Well, sometimes I'll mess up and I'll be like, maybe after the stream I'll post, like, first knitting progress and second, that one time I tried to record myself singing. I think I got some yarn in my mouth somehow. It's kind of, maybe it's hair? My hair isn't that long. Oh, another thing about being short. When I'm knitting like this, it's like, it's kind of difficult to find a good position to knit in. Cause you know the scarf's pretty long. It's maybe, we'll count after I know this row. But see, I'm not very tall, so there's only so much you can go before it gets to like the chair I'm sitting on, you know? And from there, it's only so far I can go until it reaches the floor. I'll try not to have it reach the floor though, of course. Not by like not knitting, but just by bundling it up somewhere. Oh, and at the end, I think I said this at some point, I don't remember. At the end, I plan to attach like little snowflakes to the tail ends of it. Along with when I bought the yarn, the gray, pink, and darker pink yarn. I also bought a book on how to crochet snowflakes. I've never crocheted before, but my mother does now, so hopefully I can get that mass. I have to unwind the yarn again. You know what? Round and round, round, round and round. Okay, got more yarn. I'm back. my first couple attempts at like knitting, I think when I was pretty young, 10ish. I was knitting with some string and a pair of chopsticks. I wasn't knitting very well though. That was when I got my first knitting needles. Although they were round, the scarf I tried to make with them was also round. I never finished that scarf. I don't know where it is. I was also knitting that one for a friend, but at that time I worked much slower and made a lot more holes. I think I'm a bit too far away from the mic now, hang on. Okay, I'm closer now. Closer. Yeah. Anyway, so I was saying, uh, 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 yeah, right. I was saying, um, what was I saying? Maybe I'll tweet again when we're 2 hours in. I can be like, 2 hours into knitting. Current rows knitted. However many rows all knitted by then. So that'd be like 1 a.m. over here. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I feel like so I didn't really keep track of what yarn I was using, which brand, so it kind of goes like really thick yarn to kind of thinner yarn to kind of much thinner yarn. It's kind of accidental. Although on the bright side, I don't think I've dropped any stitches. That's good. I really wish I knew where the first yarn came from, because I really like how fluffy it is. At the beginning of knitting, each time I knitted, I was like counting all the ones, not all the ones, all the, what are they called? All the stitches, all the knits, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like that all the way until I reach the end. But now I've just gotten to the point where I can kind of just knit. Not worrying about how many there are. Although I imagine it would be different if I imagine it would be different if I was doing some sort of pattern. Maybe? I don't really know how you do those like complex patterns. Maybe I'll learn someday. Cause like if you just switched yarn midway through, wouldn't it make a lot of, that'd be difficult, right? Yeah. I've heard you can kind of it's like embroidering after the fact. If I wanted to make a pattern, I'd probably do that. I'm lazy. My grandmother's like the stereotype of You know how old people just love knitting? Whenever I look at her work, it's like, wow, how do you even do that? It's really cool, you know? I was like, how do you have the patience? Because her hats have like, I don't know, thousands of stitches. It's like, wow. I really appreciate the work of like good artisans, you know? Like painters that just capture really brilliant atmospheres. When you see a painter and they have that really good atmosphere, you look at it and you're like, wow, I wish I could live there. Or if you don't wish you could live there, you're still like, wow, I wish I could see that in person. It's just so cool, you know? Yes, tonight we'll see where I break. At what time I stop being able to knit. Or I guess even at what time I stop being able to talk coherently. Maybe I'll just fall asleep from my yarn. Like that's supposed to be snoring. It's not really that effective. Oh, did you know that snoring actually sounds much stranger than you think it might? I know someone who snores. It's not like it's more like you know. It's really unexpected. I can kind of understand why they wouldn't make snoring like that in like movies and anime though, animation though. Cause that would be super annoying if you turn on the television and it was like, you know. It kind of reminds me of when I was a kid. So when I was a kid, not kind of a little kid, like I had this period in my life where I wouldn't let myself turn the volume up because I didn't have headphones. I really didn't want to disturb anyone with anything. Whenever I watch something like on Netflix or on YouTube, I'd always have the captions turned on. And I'd just be sitting there like, hmm, 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 yeah. Alright, I think I'm gonna take like a water break when it comes to 1:30. Oh, excuse me. That happens sometimes. Ever since June, I've been having like mild gastronomic problems. I don't know why. Probably because of something quarantine related. Something I started eating after quarantine, but I can't figure out what it is. It's kind of. Is there anything I eat daily? Oh, maybe tea. Try laying off the tea. Sorry. I have in my household we have tea and cookies daily. We have daily tea and cookies every day. And yeah, it's a pretty fun tradition. My theory is that most people don't have there's tea time in other parts of the world, but most of them don't have it like that or daily. My theory is that it originated from the midday tea that I think workers in England have. You know, like it's a long day, take a break with a cup of tea and your sandwich. You're like, man, I worked a lot, but it's good, you know? Switch. I think I said I was going to do something when I finished this row, but I don't remember what it was. Excuse me. Oh, well, either way, I should probably write like a... Yeah, let me change this to going on... Wait, let me change you. No? Am I not going to let me change you? Oh, there you go, there you go. Taking quick break. Taking recharge break. Okay. And then I should move that in front of the other things. Font color is not so good. Okay. Select font. I'm not sure I can change the font color. Can I? Maybe it's in filters. No, it's not on filters. I'll set color. No, that's not how you set the color. Not that again. Not filters. Let's go to properties, maybe. Oh, there it is. There it is. Color. Okay, let's make it like green. I think green is a good brake color. Green is the color of brakes. Oh, it's a gradient. It's a gradient. Wow. That's really hard to read. Whatever. Let's give it a drop shadow. And now no outline. We can do word warp. Or no, word wrap. A word wrap. Man, I thought it was gonna do like some weird effects. Anyway, there we go. There's kind of illegible text I'm gonna be using. Which looks pretty fun though. Right? Let's call the rows again just for fun. I think it's been like... So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 14. So I'm the 14th row. I think. It's kind of hard to tell when I started knitting today. Hopefully I don't start taking like miniature sleeps. Through here. Graph around. Down. And over. around, down and over. Here, around, down and over. Here, around, down, over. Here, around, down and over. That's the dog we call Rover. Did you ever use like a rhyme for tying your shoes? You know that one that's like round the hill. There's some kind of sheep, you know? Maybe I should post stream instead like knitting until I can't knit anymore and also trying to chat and talk to people. Maybe. Each week I'm like, okay, this is the week where I'm finally gonna turn like super responsible. And when I turn like super responsible, I'm gonna get all of my homework done super quickly. And I'm gonna have time to stream at the end of the day. But a lot of the time it just doesn't work out like that, you know. School ends at like 4:30 now. There are 2 days which I have extracurriculars until 6. And usually we have like 4 hours, not 4 hours, like 3 hours of homework or more, so it's kinda not much time to relax, you know? Well, I'm kinda glad I'm not at the point yet where I have to study for the tests. Someday though I'll reach that point and then it'll be like another hour of my day. I used to have to study for the tests before I changed schools. But right now I'm in a school where we have less of the kind of tests for like memorization, hard memorization. Pretty as much. Cause like I used to take Latin in middle school. And for Latin we would have a test every week. So every week they had a set of vocabulary words we had to memorize. And it wasn't particularly difficult, but I remember I had a lot of classmates who just wouldn't do the work for studying. So we'd see them day after test and be like, oh man, how did I get it 45? And you just think to yourself like, man, you didn't study, of course you got 45. I got like, I fully pity those who study and still get a 45. It's just, studying, not studying, and then you get a 45 and you're like, I got a 45? Why on earth did I get a 45? I wonder. You know? I don't complain about most things. I don't think there's like one thing, you know? Anyway, so, oh right, I forgot to mention the thing that I wanted to, I found that I wanted to stream. Also, I'm looking away from the chat box. Chat box. So awkward. Anyway. Something I wanted to stream is I have these really old games. Not really old games. I have these like moderately old Apple devices. When I say moderately old, one of them's the first iPad and the other one's I think like the second iPhone 4S. Maybe actually the fourth iPhone, but I don't think there's an iPhone 3. Yeah, anyway, we have them because my father really likes technology, so he's always kind of on the ball. Kind of on the ball. He only likes Apple technology. It's not like we have a smart. It's not like we have like a smart home device or anything. We also don't really have a use for a smart home device, you know. It's kind of weird knowing that the person I'm knitting this scarf for will probably never wear it because they said that they would appreciate the scarf, but also they don't usually wear winter clothing in the winter, so I'm not sure if they'll wear it. Like not even coat. And they're like, man, I'm so cold. I'm always like, you have a coat. Wear your coat. Did I mention that they own nothing but tank tops? They're a cool person, anyway. We did a bit of fight at one point. Kinda still. Hopefully we've forgiven by the time the holidays come around. I can't even remember what it's about. Anyway though, yeah. I think probably the hardest stitch of every row is the first stitch, you know? Oh, it's I mean, I'm not 1:30. It's 12:30. So I'll take a break. Gotta finish up this row. During the day break, I'll probably like get a cup of tea. I'm quite tired. Oh, I haven't made any mistakes yet though, so it's a good sign. I think yesterday I was also knitting around this time, and my hands got tired a lot faster. So maybe I was doing a lot with my hands the other day. So and actually I did perk up my voice. It'll start hurting if I keep up like this. Right. Anyway, yesterday I was knitting with my hands. Well, of course I was knitting with my hands. What else would I knit with my feet? I can do surprisingly much with my feet though. Like I can draw with my feet. That's the one thing I always like to brag about. I showed it to my art teachers like, yeah, that's the thing all people do at one point in their lives. You know, all art people will draw with their feet at least once in their lives. Or their left hand. My computer's almost at 100% power. That's pretty cool. Oh, also, I don't know why, but when I increase the quality level, I get these weird spots on my chest. And no matter what I do with like lighting and stuff, they just don't go away. I'm not really sure why they're there. It's kind of cool to finally get my hobby off the ground, you know? Why is it like off the ground? It's there, you know? So I think that's pretty cool. It's finally, because I don't know why, but I really enjoy the process of like making things for other people. That's part of why someday I want to be like a translator. I mean, I kind of already am a translator, like an official translator. So, like, does official projects and gets officially paid and stuff. Cause I think it's so great to make it so that not just you, but that more people can enjoy what you're reading. Maybe I should make like an AO3 page dedicated to that, to translating like Japanese fanfics. Might be violating people's rights though. I have to ask permission. It would be even more awkward if I accidentally asked them like my broken Japanese, because I'm much worse at speaking than I am at translating. And then it would be like I don't know, in English the equivalent would be like, translate, can I your work? Or something like that. Then I'd be like, I don't know, can you? You don't seem to speak that well, do ya? You know? This kind of reminds me of another story from my childhood, because most of my stories are from my childhood, you know? You know, you kind of have that barrier where everything you think about is kind of somewhat awkward to think about, and then you can think about things really far in the past, and you're like, oh yeah, that was awkward to me at some point, but now it's just funny. Anyway, I was talking. Forgot to take the break, and I started knitting another row automatically. Shoot. Anyway, I will actually take a break next time, I promise. Oh geez, alright, I'm back. This season. Anyway, I was saying, when I was little, I also used to stay up really late. So I kind of sleeping problems my entire life. And this one night, I was watching like horror stories. I was watching like horror stories again because I couldn't fall asleep. And you know those videos on YouTube where it's like 10 10 creepy pictures you didn't know about. Or, no. 10 of Earth's unsolved mysteries. 10 of the worst murders. 10 of the worst whatever, things like that. I used to watch those a lot as a kid. But suddenly it was like 4 a.m. I know because I have a clock next to me, it's a digital clock. And I heard this crunching sound, and this sound like like foil being like. Oh, I have paper right here, so I can emulate it. Right, finish this row. Okay, right. So I heard this crunching sound, right? It was like and I didn't know what it was, you know? If you hear a crunching sound, all of a sudden you're like, what? What is it? What's going on? What? And it turns out it was my mother who had woken up at 3 a.m. Who had woken up like 4 a.m. to go get a bag of chips. So I remember that really well. Anyway, I'm gonna take a quick break. Cause I would like to get some tea. So I'll be back. Okay, so I'm back. I had some gumbo to eat, and I'm gonna make 1 hour, about 2 hour Twitter post. Just gonna. I can see myself. Yeah. Take this link. And type something like 2 hours into 2 hours into stream. Knitting until I can no longer knit. Rows so far. Alright, let's count our rows. Let's say no, I finished the third stage, so I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 rows so far. 16 plus 15 plus 1. Hashtag Ian, VTuber. Hashtag VTuber. Hashtag knitting. Rows so far. 2 plus 1. Sips of tea. 1. Tea breaks. 1. Okay, and I'm just gonna change my text box real quick from retarded Blake taking tea break. Okay. Can you center yourself? No, I don't think it has that function. I can put it over myself. Interesting. Maybe I'll put it here. I think that's good. Hey, stop going weird. Okay, good. Yeah. Sometimes I'll take little tea breaks because I spent the last like 14 minutes brewing tea and didn't really get to drink any of it. Excuse me. Plus it was really hot, so anyway. Oh, let's take a screenshot. Let's take a screenshot. No, it's not. Knitting until I can no longer knit. Also, rows so far. 15 plus 1, tea breaks 1. Okay, tweet. Excuse me. Very good. Twitter is chaos like usual. I wonder what the powder game is. Oh, there's an advertisement for Taiko no Tatsujin. You know me well. That sounds really fun. Anyway. Right, we were I should go back to where, yeah. Right, so we were knitting. Yes. Let's see. Turn. Oh, sorry, I think I hit my mic. My mic. Yeah, it's really late over here. I'm trying to stay up so I can reset my sleep schedule. Yeah. I'm talking for 2 hours, so it's kind of hard to find things to say. Let's see. I don't know. I probably should know, but I don't know what kind of yarn I'm using. Cause like I started out with 2 kinds of yarn. I didn't know where they were from because my grandmother just kind of randomly gives us yarn. And so I kind of ran out of yarn. And so I ran out of yarn that would work with the colors of yarn I currently have. So I had to go to a yarn store. And at the yarn store, they're like, "Do you know what kind of yarn you're using?" And I was like, "No, I don't." So it's possible I got like 3 kinds of yarn. They're all really warm though, which I'm glad about. Oh, I'm knitting a scarf. Scarf is to be given to one of my friends over the holidays. Gonna send it in like a box. Cause can't interact cause COVID. Remember at the start of the pandemic, we were like, it's not gonna go on for that long, you know? And then now it's like, wow, it's been on for a really long time. It's been pretty alright for, well, it's been pretty not great for months, but kind of like the introvert's reign. Normally the extrovert's reign, not the introvert's reign. So I fortify that. Anyway. So, you know how I was, currently I'm knitting until kinda can't knit anymore? I'm definitely feeling very tired, but I don't know if that means I won't be able to knit very soon. Okay. You know, ever since, have you guys ever made rice balls? It's pretty fun to make. Like, that's kind of random topic, but like, essentially what you do is, I don't know if you have a rice cooker, maybe you don't, but either you put some rice in a rice cooker, or you put some rice in a pot, and you make sure it's, I think, decently watery. Oh, also apparently it sticks better if you don't wash it beforehand. I've heard that. It's kind of what's on it. It's stuff that makes it sticky. After you wash it, you kind of wash that off. Start network. Oh, anyway, probably the hardest thing about rice balls is forming them to any kind of shape. seaweed. It's pretty hard to cut the seaweed as well, but it's also really fun. And what you can do is you have the rice, it's really hot, so you have to wait a while, but in the meantime you can kind of, you can stir in all the things you want to put in the rice, like you stir in, what are they called? There's this thing that you can put in rice, and you put in rice a lot. It has like seaweed and, oh, you can sometimes find ones with yuzu peels, and usually they have sesame as well, and sugar. You put some of that in, or if you like plum, you form around the plum. When you gotta make sure to add salt, or else it'll taste kind of weird. Well, except if you like bland things. I know at least one person with a sensory issue related to taste. They'd probably prefer the blander rice ball. Yeah, so it's like 1 AM right now. I've been going for 2 hours, 4 minutes. I kind of wish I would have caught this at like 2 hours, 2 minutes. Or not 2 hours, 1 minute. It's gonna be like, I could be like, we're halfway to the magic number. Or we're halfway to the magic number, but there's a 0 in the middle. Yeah. It's one of those numbers. Excuse me. Oh, you know, I used to also do like felting projects. I don't know why, I don't remember exactly why I saw it, but I think it was because they took a really long time. And also because I was around when I first started getting really interested. I really invested into my Japanese studies. Let's see, how was it? Oh, right, when I first started learning Japanese, I think it was over spring break, and I was just really, really bored that spring break, right? So I thought, you know, hey, let's try and learn a language, because that's what I do when I'm bored. That's what I used to do when I'm bored. Sometimes I'll do that again. It doesn't really stick though. Like I'll have these phases where I try to learn like German or Indonesian, but I end up learning nothing. Anyway, my point was, so I started with the alphabet, right? Yeah, like hiragana, katakana. I took around a week to do this. I took around a week to learn this. And I think after that, I signed up for a class at my local play language learning place. There are actually only like 2 Japanese classes in my area. It's surprising. There are a lot of Japanese immigrants, I thought. Maybe there aren't. Well, I guess if they immigrated from Japan, they'd already know how to speak Japanese, wouldn't they? Anyway, so I remember back then, I have a lot of recordings of like, I have a lot of recordings from back then of when I was speaking Japanese. And they're all really strange to look at, because like, I had like the surfer dude accent that you get when you're first learning Japanese, you know? It's like that anata ga watashi ga kind of thing, you know? And over time you get slightly better and you're like, oh, I can really see the change. And then you get more better and you're still like, oh, I can really see the change. And every time you're like, man, I really ever speak like that? But at the same time you kind of, you're happy you spoke like that at one point, because if you never spoke like that, then you'd never be where you are now, you know? Mm. Anyway, jeez, still really tired. Okay. The first time I started knitting this, it was pretty cool. It's like, cause it was like I knitted a lot in not very much time. It's kind of, you know, when you start strong and it's like doing it strong the next time is as easy. Yeah. Right. So part of me feels like I shouldn't repeat things from earlier on in my stream for some reason, even though I know that probably most people watching are new. Um, let's see. So I can probably return to old topics. Let's see, like, oh, the colors of the scarf. I don't think I've mentioned those yet. The colors I'm knitting in right now are, first it was kind of like a light mauve, like lavendery color. And then it was a darker mauve, and now it's a gray. Because my friend had originally asked for like if possible, millennial pink and gray, but I didn't have any millennial pink yarn. Although I do now. So I'm gonna complete the other half of the scarf, like a darker pink and then a millennial pink to make it like symmetrical. Now while I'm knitting this yarn, I realized like, man, the other, I mean you can't see because I only have one camera, but oh man, the other balls of yarn must have been really small. Because I'm only a little ways through this one. I've already gotten through almost, so if you imagine the magenta section was the entire ball of yarn, and I was like, I don't know, what was this, about 20 stitches? This is like 30 stitches? Not 30 stitches, 30 rows, maybe? With my current ball of yarn, I'm on around 20 rows, and I'm not even halfway through the ball of yarn. Part of me wants to ask people like, how was your day? But I feel like that's kind of frustrating. Hmm. For me, I'd say my day was pretty good. It was like, I woke up at 3, so I haven't had much of a day, honestly. The day I had was pretty good. For tea today, we had some chocolate loaf, and that was pretty good. Wait, sorry, I have to take a moment to unwind some more of my yarn so I can continue knitting. One, and one, and one, and one, and one, and one, and one. There you go. That should last me a while. Okay, so stitch round over up, through round down up, oh, through round down up, oh. Right, so, I'm probably, yeah, I'm probably going to be, I'm probably going to be doing this stream like every day this week just because I really have to knit this. And also because, you know, I don't always know if I... Well, actually, I probably could stream more often. I'm just being lazy. Yeah. From now on, I will not be lazy. You got that? It's a promise. If I don't fulfill that promise, you can like, I don't know, you can, if I don't fulfill that promise, you can annoy me slightly. I mean, you could do that in the first place, so I really couldn't do anything about it, but, anyway. It's kind of weird how I'm so tired right now, because, usually I go to sleep at like 4. I guess it's the difference between, you know, actually doing something and having to talk and, you know, regularly, where you're just like, you know, maybe it's, maybe it's 1 a.m. and you're just sitting on the couch, like, you're distracted, maybe you're in a book, you're playing a game. Oh, part of me wants to get like a 3DS capture card at one point. I have a mad number of hours on things. I feel like I've played through the Ace Attorney trilogy maybe 4 times or something. Because my hour count on that is almost 200 hours. Well, now I'm also playing it in Japanese, so I'll be like, more times. Although usually I don't just, you know, play all the cases in order, I just pick like a random case. I wonder if anyone watching this is like an Ace Attorney fan. Sorry, I'm getting very quiet. I wonder if anyone watching this is an Ace Attorney fan, maybe. Particularly Apollo. Kinda, I relate to how he's very nervous, but he tries a lot, you know? You know, it sounds kind of self-serving, but I am Kishitori Shigi, and I'm fine. Also, he's short, and I'm short. Did you know that all short people know each other? It's true. It is kind of funny though, cause my mother had like my mother's growth was stunted, and yet somehow I'm still shorter than her. Maybe someday I'll have like a giant growth spurt, even though I'm past the age for growth spurts. And then I'll be like 6 feet. I was predicted to be 6 feet when I was younger. Now I'm like a really long way off from 6 feet, you know? There's something really loud in the audio input capture right now, and I'm not sure what it is. There's a possibility it's the fans from my computer, just like spinning out of control. Although I think I have the audio filter set high enough that you won't be able to hear like the random background noise. Well, it's also kind of sad because, you know, you can't hear my knitting. How do you even know I'm knitting if you can't hear it? if a tree falls in the forest and no one's around to hear, does it really make a sound? Of course it does, we know that, but it's probably an interesting question back when it was proposed. Well, it reminds me, have you guys ever, you know those old Latin textbooks? They're like Caecilius, I don't know, East, Vorcator, or something like that. Or Caecilius Vercator East. Right, you know that series, if you're ever taking Latin, it's like the series, just the series that everyone does. You have Quintilius and the servants, you're all watching their life, and then suddenly, spoiler alert, they all die at the end. And it's a language book, so you're like, what? Well, except for some of them that survive and they go on to live in the next book. Well, I never figured out what happened at that point because I switched schools. You wouldn't think learning Latin is particularly helpful, but it is actually super helpful. You can guess. You can impress your friends by telling them what Latin root random words have. I haven't actually come across the situation I tell you about where like you're taking a standardized test and you come across a word you don't know and you're like, oh, I know, that comes from the Latin root XYZ. That must be related to blah. I've never come across that, even though, I've heard you should at some point as a student of Latin. Well, I think that's also because a lot of the words you learn in the book aren't really super useful. I mean, how many words in English are derived from merchant? Aside from merchant and some other things. Because you're learning like regular language book words. Oh, except not totally, because sometimes you'll be on a certain chapter and you're like, now you're learning about fire. And usually you don't learn about fire in a language super early on. I don't think. Maybe you do. In Japanese I think you do, but it's because it's not like, I don't know. I think that's just because the kanji is simple. But the kanji and concept are simple, so. Yeah, both the kanji and concept are simple, yes. Simple. See. Oh, sorry, every time something moves on the other screen, I'm like, ah, surprise. Oh, wait, I can use my face. Surprise. Yeah. Yeah. Mm, it's pretty interesting how you can change that. You just have to, essentially what you have to do is, if your avatar is stored as if your avatar is a Fibroid avatar, which is created by, what was it? VRM Studio? Essentially, if your avatar is a VRM avatar, a VRM model, what you can do is you can go into Unity, so you can make a new Unity project, and you install this thing which is like UniVRM, Unity plus VRM. It's an extension, and you go to the blend shapes, which, as it turns out, controls all the controls for your face, like how high your eyebrows are and what position your mouth is in, like both whether it's surprised or they have like 5 default ones, and then they also have like e a o a e o. Five vowels. Well, 5 Japanese vowels. Anyway, you can go into Unity and you can adjust the blend shapes, and then you export the avatar using the VRM extension, and then you import it into like Sundinit or a similar program, and bam, new expressions. Woo! So that was your mini tutorial on how to do expressions for avatars that you made in VRoid. In VRoid. In VRoid. Right. Maybe someday I should do like one of those Among Us streams that everyone does. I think usually like you go into Discord and you use the voice chat function. Although of course that would be somewhat awkward because you have to like hear everyone from your side of the computer. Yeah, because for some reason OBS for Mac doesn't automatically. It doesn't have an option to capture the sound coming from your computer. You have to install something extra for that. I might take another break at 1:30. It's been, yeah, if I do that, I think it's an hour since I took my last break, right? So my tea is probably full by now. The tea is like, the tea is like, it's called Grand Bois. And we have it in like this tea tin. Do you guys know about tea tins? I don't know why, but I really like tea tins. Kinda, a lot of them have like patterns on them, and they're pretty cool. Maybe I can bring one up, like Google image search tea tin. It's also plain though. T10 embroidered. No, it's not quite it either. T10 canister. Fabric. The outside's like the outside of a pillow. Oh, apparently it's called like a, huh? Oh, apparently it's a washi fabric tin. That makes sense. I got my mother really likes Japanese cookware, so we have a lot of except the outsides are they made of paper? I don't know. Oh, anyway, you have dragged a URL into OBS. No, I'm trying to click save the image. Okay. Yeah, so they're like this. I find them really cool. How do I delete this? Yes, good, very good. Okay, let's go back to normal. Yeah. Back to knitting. The little preview on the screen is delayed by a lot, so I can see like me pulling up the T10s. I have to unwind my yarn again. Yeah. I feel like the next time I do like report how many stitches we've been, I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, we've gone from like 16 rows to 20 rows. Feel free to get it slower again. Well, I'm quite surprised I haven't dropped any stitches yet. Under, no, round, under, round, down, over. Yeah. Anyway, so, yeah. Right. So, I was talking about how, well, I wasn't talking about now, but I was talking about a long time ago, how, not a long, is 2 hours a long time ago? It's like 2 hours, 20 minutes ago? Anyway, about 2 hours, 20 minutes ago, I was talking about how, at first I wanted to use like a yarn PNG, not PNG, transparent yarn thing, like the, you know, like those VTubers with mics in front of them, stuff like that. But I then discovered that drawing yarn isn't exactly easy, you know? There are a lot of threads in yarn, so I was going at an Inkscape, right? Because I thought, hey, it'd be cool for a vector. Anyway, I tried drawing the strands with the calligraphy pen. Anyway, tomorrow I think I'll hopefully draw using Krita. It's more normal. It should be slightly easier in that case. Let's do a quick row count. Currently I'm at, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, so I'm on my 20th row. I was definitely right about going a bit slower. So I'm talking about like T10s. I plan to take right, and I have a break scheduled after this row. So I should return a more I will return a more peppy person. Or at the very least, a more like at the very least I'll be more tea drunk. Do you know that's an expression? You can get tea drunk. You can get tea drunk. It's like when it's like when you've taken so much tea that you become a bit delirious. Oh, almost messed that one up there. I think I was talking earlier about how I've been trying to learn to sing. I've been trying to learn to sing, so I'll do that someday. I think when my break comes around, I should also do some like vocal exercises. So that way my voice doesn't get too tired when I've been talking non-stop for this long. I hope there's no audio desync on your side. Usually this time of night I'm like staring at my ceiling, trying to count sheep in multiples of 3. You know, because if you just count sheep normally, it's too easy. And then you're like, man, I should be getting to sleep already. I'm on my 1000th sheep. Anyway, I'm done with my row. When I get back, maybe I'll talk about like how my greatest claim to fame in in elementary school is counting to 1000. Anyway, see you after the break. I'm back and I've teed up like half a glass of tea, so I'm much more. I can talk better. Uh, okay. Mm, yes. Woo. Let's get this going. Yeah. Tomorrow though, I might legit be able to stream in the middle of the day. Maybe. I just need to get people quiet. So maybe I can bribe my parents to like don't go into the grocery store for an hour. Sounds like cool though. Oh, anyway, I was talking earlier. Eventually though, maybe hopefully I should be able to actually stream more often. Well, not more often necessarily, but at more times of day than just 10 p.m. at night. Well, it's 10 p.m. over here at least. I don't know. Well, it's not currently 10 p.m. It's like 1:30, 1:36. But my point is, my point is, so we're moving into a new apartment Sunday. It's taking a really long time, COVID. But in that apartment, the rooms, there's more hallways. My current apartment, it's kind of like we're in a giant box together. Like they're separate rooms, but there's very little way in the way of doors, so it's kind of like everything. You can hear everyone from everywhere, even if they're just talking really quietly. But I think in the new apartment, it's more like if you took our current apartment and you rolled it out like a hot dog. I mean, you don't roll hot dogs out, but if you I make rugula, so I'm not you know that. Anyway, it's like if you rolled out a rugula. You know when you make rugula, so essentially you get the dough and you roll it out into a circle, kind of like when you're making a pie. Um, pie's good to make. I made pecan pie once. Anyway, you kind of roll it out into a circle. See. Sorry, I should add. Anyway, you kind of roll. Well, that's not the kind of rolling we're talking about. Oh yes, right, rugula. So you know when you're making rugula, you kind of roll it out, and there's this giant slice. It's like that. It's more kind of rolled out, you know. So my hope is then I can stream from my very small room. Yeah, probably the main. It's kind of funny. Most of the apartment got a bit bigger, but my room got smaller, which is probably a good thing. Since I don't know, since I don't really carry around much. Well, actually, I carry around a lot, but I don't want to carry around much. I think you can have too many things, you know. I think it's very easy to have too many things, you know. Anyway, a lot of stuff I have right now is like my closet's jam pack full of stuff I brought here when I was a kid, when I was like much younger. So it's very useful back then, but right now I don't really. Excuse me. Oh, that happens sometimes. Next time I'll like mute my mic or something. Anyway, my point is, yeah, once you get older, you stop having a use for like Little Kitty's book of 5 colored names or something. I mean, I was older than that when I moved here. Pat's trying to get it. I have yarn, so it's kind of get. This kind of reminds me when I went on my first kind of like when I went on my first like big math endeavor. Cause I used to be super into math, but now I'm less into math because it's we're repeating a lot of what we learned last year, and it's gotten really boring, honestly. It's like go get homework and just man, 10 review questions again. We've been doing this for several months. Come on, give us some new material already. you know? Anyway, I used to be super into math. There's this one day, I was doing this math get together thing, and I hadn't done any of the problems we were supposed to do. I used to have a math extracurricular, because my mother was always like, you gotta have multiple extracurriculars, or else you'll never get into a good school. Ha. I mean, that's probably true, but I wish I could have just listed my hobbies, extracurriculars, you know, because I had way more, I have a lot of hobbies. I still like doing extracurriculars. I think that's what you can do, though. I should have done that. Like, darn. Untangle, please. I don't know what's going on with my yarn. It doesn't look, it looks like something which will solve itself if I continue to knit, though. Because it's not actually the thing I'm knitting, it's just in the yarn that I'm using to knit. It's kind of next to the yarn. Yeah. You know how there's kind of that sound you make when you yawn? I don't feel like I've talked about anything like super, well, not super, but kind of, I don't think I've talked about anything significantly interesting for a kind of bit of a while. So I'm gonna start discussing what my favorite games have been over the last couple of years. Right, so, I think this year I've been really into like rhythm games and roguelikes. The Binding of Isaac. And what isn't a roguelike, but you know, Realm of the Mad God? I'm really bad at it, but it's also really fun. I have a tablet, so I feel powerful. I usually like to play as a priest, just because I like being able to heal myself. I'm the kind of person who always forgets to use healing potions in the middle of battle. Back down to 1 HP and I'm like, shoot, where's my healing skill? And I won't realize that I have healing potions equipped to a hotkey that I should really use. I should really use sometimes. Yeah, as a priest, it's just part of my moveset, so it makes it a lot easier. You just go like, oh, quick heal. You know, because in ROTMG, Realm of the Mad God. It's really, if you die, you die. You have to start a new character, yeah? My mind's getting really windy. Did you know that when you're low on sleep, you can't actually tell that you're low on sleep, but your functions are worse? That's like one of the things my mother always tells me. Like, whenever I say like, I haven't been getting good sleep lately, she's like, did you know that even though you feel fine, your functions are worse? It's kind of like, you know how sometimes you have that one situation where you say that one thing? Like, I used to, whenever someone in my class is like, man, I just don't have any confidence for the next test, I'd remind them, like, hey, did you know that people who force themselves to feel more confident about things actually do better on the things? Because maybe that would be encouraging, you know? Even if you, the better you believe you will do, often the better you will do. Oh, that's another interesting thing. Apparently, you know the curve where it's like the less you know, the more you think you know? Apparently that's not actually true. Apparently it's really just the less you know. Apparently the actual conclusion was something like um, even the people who know less just think they're pretty much average. Just think they have pretty much average knowledge even when they don't. But the people who actually do have a lot of knowledge do think that they have a lot of knowledge. So it's kind of the same, not really. I think it got, I think a video on that went viral sometime. You know, that was kind of like one of the pop science facts that everyone knew, you know? Like the order of colors that develop for us in language. You know those kinds of facts? Yeah. I guess it shouldn't really be surprising that a lot of them aren't super true. Because if it's spread around so often, I don't know. Anyway, like common knowledge, like the tag on your back of your shirt is for hanging things, but it's not always for hanging things. Although that's pretty much their I don't, even if that wasn't what it was originally for, it's definitely what it's become. Oh, you know, I kinda my room's really small, but for some reason I really want to get a coat rack. Cause I wear like one or more sweaters every day. So it would be really handy if I had a coat rack to put them on. Cause theoretically, you know, I could hang them up every day, like you do with coats when you go in. You know, you go up to your coat closet, you're like, alright, you gotta get your hanger and you put your coat on, put your coat up on it. That takes a bit of energy, and usually when I'm putting my sweaters away, it's like really late at night, and I just kinda, you know? So it's much easier if I would just have some place I could put them on. I usually put them on the back of, I have a chair in my room. Because my uncle makes chairs, he manufactures chairs. He also manufactures sofas. Any kind of like upholstered furniture. Oh, he also makes ottomans. Yeah, ottomans. Kind of like Ottomans in the Ottoman Empire. I wonder if Ottomans have any relation to the Ottoman Empire. I think I watched something on that at some point, but I don't remember what it was. I don't remember what it said about it. hmm. Huh. We're almost at the 3 hour mark. 3 hours of knitting. Let's go. Let's go. I don't know. Someday I want to stream in Japanese, but I don't think I'm quite at the level where I can like stream decently while speaking in Japanese when I'm like this tired. Although my Japanese teacher does say like my writing's getting better, so. Well, my text writing. My kanji handwriting isn't getting any better. But lately at night I've noticed that, you know, I find it really hard to sleep if I don't have something to distract me, but I don't really have any books right now that I want to read. So usually I like to read like I don't really like fiction much actually. I kind of like narrative non-fiction in a sense. Like if you've ever read the Omnivore's Dilemma or Rats, I really liked Rats. Because Rats is a story about this guy who just went to some random New York alley New York alleyway, and they just studied the rats there. They learned some really interesting things about rats and stuff. Oh, and also, there's this book about squid that I really like. Well, it's not just about squid, it's called Kraken, but it's really about all sorts of cephalopods, and it discusses things like how cephalopods have helped humanity. Oh, like did you know that it's thanks to cephalopods that we know how. Almost dropped a stitch. Gotta be careful. It is thanks to cephalopods that we know what a nerve looks like. Kind of, that we know the inner workings of a nerve. Because there's this type of cephalopod which has like not nerves, neurons. There's this type of cephalopod which has like really giant neurons. So they're able to examine it. I think it was also like they described how cephalopods like squids who can change their color. So they have these things on their skin called chromatophores, and essentially what those are is they open or close to let in or to show a certain amount of color. So those are what they use for certain colors. But also there are other devices that they use for other colors as well. I forgot how those worked. Yeah. Anyway, I haven't really found any good non-fiction books to read lately. Well, to be fair, I haven't really been searching for them, so. It's not just all non-fiction books. Like, I don't really like historical non-fiction books. It's just things like the history of baked beans or something. I find those really interesting. But yeah, they entertain my scientific spirit. My scientific spirit is just being engaged in language learning. I feel like it's 3 a.m. It's only 2 a.m. Mind. Well, if I do eventually go to bed after this instead of staying up all night to reset my schedule like I plan to, because sometimes you just fall asleep and there's nothing you can do about it. I try to stay awake, but I've gotten pretty bad at that kind of thing. It'll probably be kind of sad because my cats have probably gone to sleep outside already. Usually I sleep with at least 1 or 2 cats right next to me. That's kind of nice because they're warm. They're warm and they're fluffy, and you can see them. Aw, cat. seeing. Lately, I've been visiting a lot of Osu videos because I just started playing Osu like 2 weeks ago. Because I'm finally able to use Boot Camp. It's like a thing you use on Mac to do Windows stuff, right? And for some reason, it's like super associated with another game, Pro Beats. That reminds me of how I used to play Roblox again. I mean, everything for me is like, oh yeah, fuck when I was a kid, like, yeah, a couple of years ago. And also because I find like all of my childhood, or just in general, all the years before this one, is like, maybe it was like then, can't tell. Might have been 7, might have been 11, might have been like, I don't know. Might have been 13. What age was I? I just legit don't know. Anyway, I remember those parkour maps? Have you ever played Roblox in the past? Oh, there was that outrage when they, well, not really outrage, but oh, there was that frustration when they switched to ticks. Rather, when they took away ticks, I think. Yeah, when they switched to like only Robux. Roblox nowadays is like super pay to win. Kind of frustrating. Also, I remember I went over to like my friend's place once because we lived in the same area. I also remember walking home because I was really young at the time. And for some reason, they're playing on this like really inappropriate server. Like 11, 10, I don't know. It's probably older, but I don't actually remember. I used to be like super strict with any kind of like inappropriate language. I'll be like, you said, what's it called? You said like, you said the F word? Get out of here. That kind of thing. It's probably really annoying. That's also kind of like, I went to like a really liberal place that, or rather, I went to like a really conservative place that claimed to be super liberal. Like, it was the kind of place where people would get bullied for being gay. But, well, not bullied, but they'd make like homophobic jokes all the time. Then there'd be, to the parents, they'd be like, oh, we're so accepting. We are a community of strong individuals who accept all. Look at our high-tech infrastructure. Look at like, I don't know. Our cafeteria food is the highest quality. Our students are just so happy here. We really take their opinions into account, and they all love everyone. And in reality, you'd have like 5 homophobic kids. Oh, but they had like after I left, I heard from one of my friends. Apparently, they did get like one lesson on it, but they have a history for the lessons being kind of counterproductive. Because they make people skip what they actually like doing to sit in and talk about something important, which kind of just makes the kids hate that thing. Yeah. Oh, and in reality, the facilities Um, they had high-tech facilities, but it kind of wasn't great where it actually mattered. Like a lunchroom, it always felt like we were packed in like salmons. Like you couldn't get up, you couldn't leave your seat a lot of the time. Or to leave your seat, you had to ask the other 6 people sitting next to you. There'll be more like 8 people sitting next to you. Like, hey, could you all leave your seats, please? Because otherwise you couldn't get out of your seat. And like, the tables were really meant to sit like 6 people, but they were made to sit like 7 or 8, and sometimes 9. Also, the chairs were giant, but at the same time, if the chairs weren't giant, we'd all be squished up against each other. I was really glad I was kind of really small and somewhat thin, because otherwise I just wouldn't have any space. Like, if you were slightly taller, pretty much once people got into the upper school, pretty much no one would go to the lunchroom, I think. Because once your legs get tall enough, you can't sit properly in the chairs. So the tables were also kind of really thin. Because they kept adding students, but they didn't expand their lunchroom. So which is kind of funny because they kept expanding the other facilities, but we could really fit in the lunchroom. Well, speaking of other facilities we didn't fit, but they built a room. They built a room for the special like dance classes they had, because I was like, the school was like, they're probably to the parents like, oh, we have dance classes. Look at us, how fashionable and great we had. But the dance room was actually too small for the dance class. Or maybe it was a yoga class, I don't know. Half of the year for gym it was dance for some dance because they couldn't fit anyone. They couldn't fit everyone in the dance room and they couldn't fit everyone in the gymnasium. Yeah. And at one point I think he got to choose, but they had a lot of years where they just kind of forced you into it. Oh, I didn't really like that. I don't really like dance that much. But hey, I can like do a pirouette, like yay. I remember we asked to remember like these really long dance sequences, and I never got how the other students were able to do it. You know, because it was like you have a really long list of steps, and then suddenly you just asked to repeat them all. I never quite got that because like that was a lot of steps to remember. Yeah. All right, we've reached the 3 hour mark. Let's see how many rows we're at. Starting for the third one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Yeah, I've definitely gotten a lot slower. It's like I've knit, I don't know. It's like I've knit, I think maybe three rows in the last, half an hour. It's gone down by a bit. Anyway, where was I? Right, I was talking about like, right. Oh, did you know that like some schools have handbells? I've always wanted to play those again, but I'm not religious, so it's not like I can go to church. I tried emailing one once, like, let me in. I would like to play handbells. But they never responded back. I was also emailing them to try and get more community service hours. Well, that didn't really work out either. They're also the only church with handbells in this area, so there's not really anything else I can do. Plus, I buy my own handbell set. Those cost as much as a computer, and I'm only one person, you know? Handbells is really fun though. You're like, ding, ding, ding. There's this proper way you have to flick your wrist. There's this way you have to properly flick your wrist in handbells. Am I talking in an audible volume? I hope I am. My volume for my mic is turned to max. Sorry. It's getting. It's like 2:06 right now. It's really gotten really late. It's like, I think I talked about earlier how, my notes have gotten kind of disorganized in terms of which notebook they're in. Because every night my cats come in and they're like, and they knock everything off my desk, right? So, like, whenever someone new joins, I get kind of nervous because, like, oh, jeez, I have to do something impressive now. I'll show you what to do. You know, should probably just hide that account. Let's go. There you go. You can't tell by moved OBS. Right. I think that was kind of counterproductive actually. Cause now I kind of felt like I was talking to the bars, you know. Maybe that's weird. Horse good today? Just not have it. Maybe I should have some time where I try to like speed knit. Knit faster. Probably don't make like it's probably refrained from making that kind of sound, but I think I could also speed up a little bit. Go on, knit. Okay, that's one row done. Let's move on to the next row. You order yourself, scarf. It's really impressive how much yarn is in this ball of yarn. Maybe I should get like some really good sleep at the middle of the day so I can like. Have you ever heard of like that sleep system where you break your sleep into chunks? If I did that, I'd be able to stream at 1 AM and no one would be able to complain because I'd be getting my sleep hours. Well, I do think that I've heard that you have to get slightly more sleep then because it's kind of like your sleep isn't in a row. Because the important part of sleep is the REM sleep. That's where you get your real shut-eye. Rapid eye movement. Eye movement. Sometimes I wonder if it would be weird if I put on like multiple streams at once. Right. I think I'm getting really quiet right now. Sorry about that. Sometimes I wonder if it would be weird if I would put, multiple streams on at once while I'm doing, like, in my leisure time, when I can't stream, when I like doing knitting and other stuff. Cause like, if you chose two people who are relatively quiet, then like you always have someone talking, you know? Oh, speaking of me being kind of quiet sometimes, that was a really bad habit for me back in like the lower grades, yeah, like back in elementary school. They'd always write on my report card like, never speaks, too quiet to understand. But of course I thought I was like talking at full volume, but in reality I was like, down here and no one could hear me. Plus I had a really high voice that also made me hard to hear, so it wasn't just like down here. Oh, I know I also had really bad pronunciation, so it was like, it was like up here, and I was like, I don't think about it was like that level of blabbering. Later we learned that I had like a speech defect. Where I would end words too soon. I wouldn't leave enough space for my own words. Or maybe that was the problem I had with writing. I don't know. Um, yeah, I think it was the speech. Instead of being like, I don't know, pumpkin is, I'd be like, pumpkin is. Yeah, don't have proper spacing. It's going to a speech therapist. It's always really funny when you're young because it's like, you know, theoretically that you're making progress, but at the same time, you don't actually notice that you're making any progress yourself. It's kind of the people around you are like, oh, you speak so much better now, but yourself, you're just thinking like, do I? But I haven't changed a thing. I guess it's just kind of, I didn't really speak a ton as a kid, so it's kind of, as I spoke more and I used my muscles more, they kind of got better at doing what they were supposed to be doing. And now I can speak mostly normally. Let's see. I went to a lot of therapists again. I don't know why. There's like that. Right, so if I count them off, there's that speech therapist. Actually, there were several speech therapists. There's the regular therapist. Again, regular therapist. It's the kind of thing where you don't really notice what's going on because you're like a little kid, but maybe they're helpful, maybe they aren't. I don't know. Looking back, my mom says like, "Oh yeah, your therapists were super helpful." Well, I didn't actually know at the time. Ah, and there's the eye therapist. I used to have an eye problem in which I didn't see in 3D. If you get what I mean? Well, I don't know if you get what I mean. It's kind of so the reason we have depth perception is because we're using both eyes, right? So if you can kind of imagine closing one eye all the time, that's pretty much what I saw. Everything was just really flat. Um, but not just flat. It's like there's no depth to anything. Uh, my yarn is in a really weird place. Sorry about that. It's like got into the center. It's all tangled. Yeah. Right. So back to my eye problem I used to have. That made me not see in 3 dimensions. Right. So on one hand, it's kind of weird that I couldn't see in 3 dimensions. Oh, because I had a problem with one of my eyes wasn't exactly following my other eye, and what happens is called a lazy eye, I think. And what happens in that situation is your brain just turns your eye off. You just don't see out of that eye even though you have it open. So essentially what you need to do is well, not need to do, but it, what I had to do is to correct my lazy eye. Oh, no, that's accurate. I think whether or not you can correct a lazy eye probably depends on what the problem is. In my case, the problem was that one of my eyes was weaker than the other. And also that apparently I wasn't very good with merging things or something like that. So every day past that, they're like, oh well, for one, my eyes were different. They're different. What's it called? Like, you know when you get glasses and you get your prescription. Also, my eyes, each one was a different prescription. That was one of the reasons my brain had just turned one off. Anyway, so I went to the eye therapist, and what I did there was essentially. Oh, by the way, when I first put my glasses on, it was just amazing, you know? Because suddenly it's just. There's this whole new dimension to your world. It's like, wow. It was also really dizzying. According to my mother, the first thing I said was like, wow, I thought your glasses were plastered to your face, you know? Because it is like that, you know? When you don't have any depth perception, you think people's glasses are plastered to your face. Anyway, right, I'm getting kind of off topic with the whole eye thing. So I, the eye exercises, when you go to eye therapy, there's this thing that all the eye therapists use. It's this game that you install into your computer. The logo is this kind of eye with lashes. It has this name that I kind of don't remember. Anyway, the point I was trying to make is, it's like, so to get your eyes to work together again, essentially what you do is a lot of exercises where you merge things and you unmerge them and you merge them and you unmerge them and you merge and unmerge and merge and unmerge. It's like, oh, have you ever seen those things where it's like magic eye? You know, there's an image or there's a words, but you can only see it if you cross your eyes. And that gives you like the illusion of depth perception. But it's also what you're doing when you use 3DS and you turn 3D on. You're taking two images and you're kind of crossing your eyes. Well, that's what you're doing every time you're receiving depth. You see the image. You get image. You get the image from both eyes, and then essentially what you're doing is you're moving your eye muscles such that the two images match up to one another, and you can either go in or out with your eye muscles. When you go out with your eye muscles, and that kind of moves the images further away from each other in a. Oh. Yeah, I saw that on Seinfeld. Santa Claus, hello. Oh, that's very cool. I haven't watched Seinfeld, but I've heard it's very cool. Except for that one episode about like Frogger. Where he drives the Frogger machine across the. Oh, and Serenity Now. Serenity Now. Serenity Now. Anyway, what was I saying? Eye things, yes. Right, so I used to have an eye problems. I went to do an eye thing and eye stuff. Used to see only in 2D. When I put glasses on, I could then see in 3D, and it was really cool. And the eye exercises. Oh, so did you know that doing eye exercises makes you like really good at spot the difference puzzles? Because once you learn to kind of merge and unmerge your eyes at will, then whenever it comes to spot the difference puzzles, all you gotta do is merge the two images, and then all the differences pop out. It's kind of like if you imagine looking at something and then there's like this glitched part. That's the part where the difference is. So that's a tip for spot the difference puzzles. Just merge them if you know how to do that. then I think I was also talking about like the program we had to use. Because to strengthen my eye back up, I had to do these exercises at home. Although I never actually did them. I think my eye mostly got stronger because I think my eye it's like 2 a.m. Sorry, it's like 2:20 a.m. Sorry. I think my eye mostly actually got stronger because, well, one, that was around the time I had picked up using the 3DS, and oh, interesting. I didn't even know eye exercises were a thing. Oh yeah, they're they're things you gotta do. Also, there's a huge delay, so sorry I am slow at replying. Oh, that's fine. Um, uh, yeah, it's audio latency problems. I don't really know much about that. Yeah. Anyway, so, yeah. There are eye exercises. It's kind of like merging two things and unmerging two things. And there are also other kinds of eye exercises that you might do, although I don't know about those because I've never done them. Right, so there's this specialized program for like eye exercising. And I remember doing it as a kid, and they have these, essentially they have these exercises where you have two things in the middle. I didn't do all of them because your therapist would choose certain things you had to do. So you'd merge these two like intensely pixelated images, and then there would be this square of images which was raised, and then you had this little rocket ship down at the bottom that you also had to merge with your eyes. You'd move it left and right, and then it would shoot a bullet, and then it would hit the thing, and kind of, if it didn't hit the thing, it would make a sound like, and if it did hit the thing, it would make a sound like, at the time, I thought, one of those is supposed to be like the reward sound, but it really wasn't so rewarding. It was kind of like punishment instead of a reward. The thing about the rocket ship is you could change around the sounds to like semi-realistic ones, and those were at least like tolerable. But there were certain other exercises where you couldn't really change the sounds to things which were I think I know that one. I've had that at my regular eye exams. Oh, that's cool. It's because they test for things like that. Because I remember, usually at my doctor's exams, they don't really do that so much. It's kind of, yeah. Okay. Also, yeah. Earlier about latency. I guess that means the latency I see on the preview also does happen on like the screen. So that's interesting to know. It's getting really late night, man. Right. So along with those eye exercises, there are also like the really annoying beeps. What was that? Okay, so there's also. Oh, and I remember it was on a disc that you had to install. Even though it was kind of old-fashioned, I think, because discs kind of weren't in at the time. Like most computers didn't come with a disk drive. So that's why we have a portable disk drive. Anyway. So along with those exercises, they're like, we had these things that our teacher called lozenges. And those were clear kind of plates that you had to put on your wall, and you'd walk away from them and closer to them, and as you walked away and closer, you would kind of merge them, and then you'd walk closer, and then you'd merge them again, and you'd do that until you couldn't merge them anymore. So eventually, after doing a lot of that, my eyes worked a lot better, and I could kind of perceive distance. Oh, although interesting, annoying, sorry, speaking of you, interestingly enough, you'd think like as you get better at depth perception, get a lot better at things like tennis, you know? 'Cause that relies a lot on kind of knowing how close the ball is to your racket. But in actuality, I got much worse at tennis. Because last I played badminton mostly because I'm not very strong. And uh, tennis balls are hard to hit when you're not particularly strong. So it actually gets a whole ton harder because you're so used to not being able to perceive depth that you learn ways to subvert that. Well, not subvert, but you learn ways to get around that when you're playing tennis. And then once you perceive depth, you're seeing something totally different. So you have to learn how to play tennis again. Tired. Anyway, hey, right, I was talking about all the therapies I've been to. I think the last one was like, what was it? It was like motion therapy. Because not only were my eyes not coordinated, neither were the sides of my body. I don't really remember any particular, it was either the sides of my body weren't coordinated or like, I see, it's a bit of a gift and a curse. Yeah, it kinda is. On one hand, you're like really good at video games because it doesn't, whether or not you have depth perception doesn't really matter when you're playing like, virtual tennis. You know, because, it's exactly like playing real tennis. um, yeah, anyway, so, along with like my eyes being not coordinated, I was either my eyes weren't coordinated. I didn't have very good hand-eye coordination, or maybe I didn't really have good coordination in general. So there's therapy for that as well. That therapy was also kind of strange because it was just like it was like the there's this like jungle gyms. It was like there's this giant jungle gym that you had to go through every day. And then apparently I got better coordination somehow. I never actually noticed the difference though. That's pretty much been my entire experience with therapy, aside from the one eye thing. You know, you do it a ton, but I was kind of too young to notice that there was any difference. um, yeah. Although, kind of back to the eye thing. Yeah, I said this before, but it was really cool putting on the glasses for the first time because I was kind of like, wow, everything's so dizzying, you know? It's kind of like when they give those glasses to a colorblind person. Except, I had probably seen in with depth perception for most of my life. It's just at a certain point I no longer have had depth perception because one of my eyes had just turned off. It's really like wow, wow. Uh, it's like imagine wearing an eye patch for like a year and then suddenly you take it off and you can see out of that eye again. Uh, anyway, I think I've kind of exhausted this topic. Let's scarf is getting really long. Yeah. Santa Claus is a very nice name. Lately I've been in the habit of wearing like a Santa hat every day. like a yearly tradition on my end. Like December, Santa hat 24/7. It's also what my grandpa does actually. That and tie-dye shirts. My grandpa's really a fan of tie-dye shirts. Like I think I FaceTimed my grandparents recently, and they were having like tie-dye. They had like a tie-dye mask on. They mentioned a tie-dye mask. It's like 2:31. Kinda surprised I can still like knit. Although I think I started knitting this in like I started knitting this like a month or so before school started. Then I ran out of yarn. Or at least I ran out of yarn that would match the current colors I'm using. Uh, it's fun to listen to you. I really wish I could help you fix the latency so I can reply faster. Um, yeah, I kind of wish that too. I have, is there an ultra low latency setting in your streaming program? Um, that's a good question. I don't know. Oh, although it's kind of funny is you're showing up in like my chat before you're showing up in the actual chat. I can go to I think preferences. Let's see general. Oh, I'm using OBS. If that helps. Source alignment snapping, projector, system tray, preview, importer, studio mode, multiple view. Stream. That's the stream key. Output. Hmm. You can choose different encoders, but I don't really know what that means. You can set the bitrate, audio bitrate. We're not doing recording right now, so that's not really. I can't change anything in audio, so. Oh, although I found out how to change the resolution, so that'll be useful for later. Although video output is currently active, please turn out any outputs to change video settings. You can do hotkeys and you can do advanced. You can. Let's see, you can turn on stream delay, but I don't know how to turn it off. The only thing I see that might be maybe related to latency is like FPS. How high is your bitrate? Oh, good question. Let's see. 2,500 kilobytes per second, it says. I have no idea what that means. I'm looking for where the setting is. I haven't used it in a while, but I'm sure it's there. Yeah. Oh, it might be helpful to know that I'm on Mac, so some of my settings are a little weird. At least OBS on Mac is a little different, because, well, for one, you can't record the audio, coming from your computer, unless you install special plugins. That might be, different for the settings as well. I'm tired. Oh, I didn't know that I use PC. Yeah. Mac is weird on a lot of things. You have like, if you, for instance, if you use like so if there has to be a tutorial for it or something on YouTube. Yeah, there must be somewhere. Although most of the streams I've been to, there's like a significant delay between when someone chats and when when the person responds to it. So it might just be a thing that's kind of universal. I wouldn't actually know. Where did it come from? I'll have to look that up like after stream, cause let's see if I can write it down. Do I have any pencils? Here. Yeah, the notebook right here. So just told you. Look for is it kind of the whole thing, or is it like the audio is late, or anyway, that's right. Look for tutorial on fixing YouTube double arrow OBS stream latency. Okay. Yes. Okay. So hopefully we can get that fixed. In the meantime, yeah. On Mac, the software is definitely pretty different for a lot of things. A delay this big is abnormal. It's the entire stream that's delayed. Okay, yeah, I'll definitely have to find a way to fix that. Oh, although on the bright side, I finally fixed my about 30 seconds between when I chat and you reply to it on my screen. That must be frustrating. Right, so it's an even bigger latency with like that's kind of funny because I can also see that and kind of it shows up on OBS before it shows up on like YouTube. So I guess let's do some research into this after I finish knitting this row. I think this is like my 23rd row. One, 4 stitches left. 3 stitches left. 2 stitches left. 1 stitches left. 1 stitch left. It's no problem for me right now, but in the future when your viewer base grows, some might not be as tolerant as me. Yeah, you're right. That's also why that's also why I'm glad I found like resolution setting. Cause YouTube was constantly like, your resolution's really low, your resolution's really low. When I tried to look for it in like OBS's settings, I couldn't find the resolution, so I got really confused. Resolution equals video setting. Write that down as well. Well, I have kind of run out of most of the things to talk about, so let's do some research, shall we? At least, let's do some quick research. how to fix YouTube to, well, YouTube to OBS, OBS to YouTube stream latency. I think it might be actually be a setting on YouTube itself that causes a delay. Yeah, that's possible. Stream settings. Huh. I don't really know what that would be. I vaguely remember a situation like this my friend had a few years ago. Interesting. Oh, there is a stream. Oh, yes, I see it now. There's a stream latency box. Oh, you can even turn on closed captions. How did I never scroll down, man? Okay. Yeah, I think the fix is just to turn it to also low latency. Man. Wow. I never knew that existed. I guess that's why I get from never scrolling down. Well, I'll write that down in my, Grand Notebook, stop falling off. Grand Notebook of Stream Solutions. Scroll down to fix stream latency. Forget about ultra low latency. Okay. And then fix. I wrote fix. Fix. Yeah, I never scrolled through that stuff either. Yeah. I'm usually pretty diligent in checking settings, but then it seems like I come back and there's all ones I didn't know about before. It's kind of like previously when I mostly streamed on Twitch and only used YouTube a couple times. Yeah, I think that's common. I've heard Twitch is more common, so I've considered streaming on there, but I have no idea what the interface is like. So I guess now I know that this latency that I'm seeing on the preview is actually the real latency. Man, it is like 30 seconds, yeah. Right. Continue my note. Fix resolution by OBS video settings. Okay, so it's good that we've like settled this down. Hopefully. I guess that's like the classic situation of like, I don't know if it's classic, but like you're streaming and you don't really know what you're doing, and suddenly you have this one viewer who's like your savior. And they teach you all this stuff like how you need to do stuff on, I don't know. It kind of reminds me when I was little, and not super little, but I was like I was learning how to draw, right? I'm always learning how to draw, but like right. So I was learning how to draw back then, and I was getting someone to help me for maybe like the first time, and I was like, so I would draw, I would draw skeletons, you know, because I'd watched YouTube tutorials about that, but I would always draw the head sideways. Well, not always sideways, but like it was not where it was supposed to be on the skeleton, and now looking back, that was like really super clear. So it's kind of like sometimes you need to be in contact with someone, and they're like, yeah, that looks very wrong. You know, like, oh yeah, I know how to fix that. Yeah. It also kind of reminds me of when I got a new computer at one point because my old computer, it was so slow that I could open like 3 Chrome tabs. It would lag, right? Excuse me. So that was kind of like similar to when that was also a lot like skeletons are pretty hard to draw, to be honest. Oh yeah, they are hard to draw. Yeah. Um, just general foundations and foundational stuff in general. It's pretty difficult to what's it called? To generalize to learn to generalize anatomy. Like theoretically, it's very simple, but in practice, it's very difficult. It's like how theoretically, when you see something, copying down its silhouette should be really easy, but it's not actually. That's pretty much one of the only drawing skills I've developed over the years. Like I've gotten really good at like looking at an image and seeing the silhouette and just going down and be like, all right, I can copy the exact silhouette. So that's never paid off really, but like I can make good shadow puppets. Cause I remember once in like physics class we had an assignment. We used this one physics notebook because my physics teacher wrote the textbook. We wrote part of the textbook. He says he wrote the textbook. What he really means he like edited part of it. Anyway, it was still really impressive though. He was pretty impressive. Anyway, so we were doing like a sound and light show kind of thing. Kind of thing it is called, and we had to demonstrate some of the principles we learned and all that. So, shadow puppets came in use. Another skill that kind of came in use there was I know a little bit of animation, almost. Not really super much, but kind of fundamentals. Well, I guess fundamentals aren't really always necessarily things you know. They're more like things things you learn, and then you kind of learn them more. It's kind of you gotta get really good at them. You can't just learn them. It's gone so late that I'm getting kind of like fractured in my thinking. Like half of my brain is like art, and oh, I almost dropped a skit. Shoot. Half of my brain is really super art focused, and the other one's like searching for something or other. I don't know, it's confusing. Anyway, let's see. Oh, that's right. I was talking about so when I was in the process of creating my avatar, I switched computers because my old computer was slow. Well, I'm still kind of in the process, but that's beside the point. So I thought I had lost all of my VRM files, which are the files that are used for avatar creation. Well, that was actually just I hadn't actually lost them. It was just that in the program I was using, because it kind of updated to fit my new computer. Not necessarily updated, it kind of changed to fit my new computer. It was just that I couldn't see my VRM files without scrolling down, and I hadn't thought to scroll down. So I ended up not being able to see the VRM files. I kind of panicked for a couple weeks. I was like, am I never gonna be able to change my avatar ever again? I'm gonna have to recreate it. Well, what happened to everything? Kind of like that. And then I accidentally scrolled down one day and it's like, oh. Well, I felt kind of silly, you know, because it's like, it was right there all along. It's kind of like when you're playing like a game and you just don't know that a certain function is there, even though it's been taught to you. It's kind of like, what? Oh, I spent a really long time playing, I think it's like, you know that game which is like Harvest Moon 2.0? It's like called, oh, Rune Factory, yes, Rune Factory. Alright, I was playing Rune Factory too. It's kind of like a mix, it's like it's in the same genre as kind of like Stardew Valley and Harvest Moon. You fight stuff. You're not silly, computers need to be more intuitive. Oh yeah, they do in a lot of aspects. Like, I remember a while ago, I was, right, so remember, I was looking to get a new computer, right? The thing about computers, see, is over the years, at least the one I have, it always has the same name. So for some reason, I don't know, maybe it's just the general public isn't maybe as educated on this, or at least I'm part of the general public, you know? So as the years go on, even though the computer has the exact same name and, you know, general, it says it's the same thing, the processors get like super much better. But the components get super much better. So I didn't know this at the time, so I thought like, what's going on? I know that my computer is still being sold, but if I buy the same computer, will it act the same, you know? When I looked it up online, it turns out like the processor that it uses is 10 times better. Cause my previous computer was like a really light laptop that was around 7 years old. Almost dropped it again. Anyway, right, so learning that was really good. It's been a long time. It's almost 3 a.m. Well, of course, for anyone like watching, it might not be 3 a.m. Cause 3 a.m. is like pretty late in the night. I don't know about you, but I'm not usually like up watching streams at 3 a.m. Instead, I'm like staring at the ceiling and being like, hmm, you know, things like that. Like eventually, maybe you doze off, and eventually, maybe you don't. Sleeping is kind of a funny thing. Like, the more you try to sleep, the less you're able to sleep. You know, I have a lot of free time and get pretty bored. Yeah, I kind of get that. I would have a lot of free time, but I have a lot of homework instead. Although I do remember I used to have a lot of free time and I got really bored. And it's kind of, when you have that much free time, you know, sometimes the contest tells you like, man, I gotta make good use of this, but the reality is kind of, your free time being free time is a good use, yeah? I don't know. I think back when I had a lot of free time, like I think it was like spring break a long time ago. So I was really bored then because I had like no friends because I had kind of been a jerk. That was totally my fault that year. Um. Anyway, so that was kind of when I decided that I'd start learning a language. Um. So that was pretty interesting because a lot of the time when I get bored, I'm like, oh yeah, I've free time. I should start learning a language. But for some reason, none of the other languages usually stuck except for the one I started learning. Japanese is a surprisingly interesting language to learn. Like, usually I drop a language, I think, because in a lot of Romance languages, you know, they have grammatical gender. And I don't know, I just find that really, really difficult. You said you were a jerk or someone else was a jerk? Oh no, I was a jerk. I mean, I was pretty young, so. Um, also, it was less really that I was a jerk and kind of like I ignore anyone who tried to talk to me. Then I wonder, like, why doesn't anyone try to talk to me? Yeah. It was because I wouldn't talk to anyone, of course. Mm. Anyway, although someone else also was a jerk, although they didn't know at the time, so it wasn't really their fault, you know? Uh, I had a friend who would like hang out with me for some reason, and we just argue 24/7. Uh, so I think that kind of scared a lot of other people away. I was like in middle school, I think, so I didn't really know that friendships could be anything aside from arguing. Anyway, I was talking about like, what was I talking about? Oh, right, learning Japanese. So usually languages have a lot of grammatical genders and like, word exceptions. And that's like, the thing I'm the worst at languages, you know? I mean, even in Japanese, it's like, one of the things I'm especially not good at is, so in Japanese, usually, um, so depending on what you're counting, you'll use this thing called a counter. Like, flat things have their own counter and small things have their own counter. Things that look like rods have their own counter. Things that look like buildings have their own counter. And each of those counters has their own way of pronouncing the numbers. Usually it's kind of normal, like you go 1, 2. It's kind of like if in English you went like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's kind of like once, twice, thrice in English, kind of. But anyway, I'm really bad for those exceptions, especially months. Whenever I have to say months, I'm like, am I remembering this correctly? Maybe not. Maybe yeah. Eh. Mm. I think I'll probably stop around like 3:20 a.m., which is in like 20 minutes, because I'm kind of, it's like I'm slowly drifting off. it's like being absorbed into the warmth of sleep, except not really. But I'm sitting on a kind of hard plastic chair. I mean, usually it's really comfortable, but it's not like you'd want to sleep on it. I feel like in fantasy books, because I used to read a lot of fantasy books with like required reading for school. That's kind of how I got that's kind of how I got like disinterested in fantasy books actually. Because when you're forced to read a lot of something, you kind of lose interest, I find. So now I mostly read like nonfiction. But only a very specific kind of nonfiction. Like the kind where they talk about like the kind of This has been a pretty enjoyable stream for the past half hour or so I've been here. Thank you. I've never had that have anyone say that before, so I'm kinda really happy about it. And also, because I haven't slept in like a really long time, so I'm kind of surprised I can talk. Kind of lost track of what I was talking about. Oh, right. I made tea earlier. I thought to talk about that. I kind of oversteeped it though. Cause like we used to have like a t-shirt on our wall which told us, you know, how long to steep each tea, but I don't know what that is right now. I think it is taken off because we have a lot of magnets in our fridge. On the side of our fridge, because usually magnets are stuck to like the front of the fridge, but the front of our fridge isn't the right kind of metal, so we can't stick magnets to it. But the side of our fridge is exposed, so we stick them to the side. Actually, our fridge is kind of weird in general. We're supposed to have 2 emergency exits. Not emergency exits necessarily. We're supposed to have 2 exits out of our apartment in case of a fire. You know, like one's the regular doorway and one's to the emergency staircase. But the previous owner of the apartment decided that they would put the fridge in front of the emergency staircase. So it's kind of like the fire hazard that no one's ever gonna do anything about. Speaking of fire hazards, that kind of reminds me of like so our old like school administrator person, not administrator, but we called him like the front desk guy because he's all at the front desk. Over here in America, I was like super concerned about school shootings all the time. So a lot of schools have double doors at the front, and they have like a security guard as well. I'm glad we don't have like police officers. That'd be kind of weird. Anyway, what was I doing? Oh, right, our front desk guy was also a security guard. I'm not a security guy. He was previously a firefighter. So sometimes he would come into like science class and he would teach a special lesson about fire safety. So one Thanksgiving, I remember he came in, and so for context, I don't live anywhere where someone would reasonably have a giant boiling vat of oil. I don't know where people would get those from, or how they get that much oil, or how they even heat it up. Anyway, he's talking about like the dangers of deep frying turkey. Because apparently that had become really popular lately. Essentially, you don't want to deep fry turkey because if you deep fry, I mean, deep frying turkey is fine. The thing you don't want to do is you have to defrost the turkey before you deep fry it, or else it'll just explode like a giant ball of fire. So you're deep frying it right. You're putting the turkey into oil. I guess something about water and oil, like that. It's like when you've just fried something in a frying pan. I saw a video about that on Instagram. Yeah, I can imagine. It's probably pretty videogenic. It started a huge fire. Oh, it must have. I hope not like a forest fire or something. Um, Hopefully no one was like deep frying turkeys in somewhere dangerous and they caught a whole forest on fire. Um, yeah, it's kind of like when you just fried something, you have like a frying pan and you put it under the water and it kind of like peeks out of it. Cause like usually every morning I have these vegan breakfast sausages. Cause I'm vegetarian. And you think they wouldn't be so good because a lot of vegan things aren't super great. It was firefighters doing it in a safe environment. Oh, that's good. So it's like a demonstration. Um, huh. It's good that they're like getting the knowledge out. Like, citizens, do make sure to defrost your turkey before you deep fry it. Yeah. Anyway, right. So we have these really good breakfast sausages, and like one of those vegan innovations recently that's surprisingly good. It's like there's this vegan cheese that you can get. Well, actually, I don't know if you can get it, but they serve it at some vegan Indian restaurants. And you'd think, like, oh man, it's like vegan cheese. It mustn't be particularly good, but in reality, it's like really good vegan cheese. It's kind of Have you ever tried like a really almondy cheese? It's like the texture of melted cheddar, I think. Like it kind of tastes like almonds. Yeah. It's among the many like so they also have really good vegan meatballs. And let's see. Oh, speaking of cheese, like it kind of reminds me of when I was a bit of a smaller kid, when I had smaller kid classmates. So we were doing a presentation on cheeses. For French class, we had to do like French culturally specific things. And for some reason, one of my project partners, so we were doing like an animation, although it wasn't particularly well done to like I don't know, fifth graders trying to animate. Um, I think I've had something like that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Um, I'm gonna sorry. I'm kind of getting to that certain point where it's like so tired you sometimes randomly start like spurting gibberish. I did that in like middle school once, and people were really confused. They're like, "Why are you like this?" Yeah, it was probably because I hadn't slept in a day. Oh, right. So I mean, right. So I had this one classmate. They usually insisted they usually have like a habit of insisting that really strange things are like true. And when told they're wrong, they're like, no, it must be. Pretty much everything. So this one time in particular, they were like, you know, I think we were talking about camembert, and they're like, you know, I think camembert. Oh, camembert is like a French brie, isn't it? Like just the French word for brie, ain't it? And so yeah, that was kind of a, because both camembert and brie are French, I think, right? Um, I remember like yeah, this argument about like should we say brie or camembert, and in the presentation, of course, I was really stubborn. So I was like, it must be camembert. They're talking about camembert. Um, and brie and camembert are pretty differently. Camembert is really pungent. I had camembert risotto once, which is like risotto's kind of really cheesy rice in a specific way. Specifically, I think it's like steeped in soup broth. Yeah. And it was really harsh. Although I think it would be good in like arancini or something like that. Often after you make like a risotto, what you do is you form the rice into patties, and then you fry it, and that's called arancini. I wish I was there for that presentation because I know nothing about cheese. Uh, yeah. Well, you wouldn't have learned super much except for the fact that camembert is white. um, let's see, cheese. What can I teach you about cheese? I don't know a ton about cheese either, honestly. But essentially, there are different kinds of cheese, and blue cheese is really pungent, but only some people can smell it. Like, my mother, I don't know, maybe she has a really sensitive nose, but she can smell like, she can really smell certain kinds of onions. She can really smell blue cheese. Uh, me and my father and I, we just can't smell it. We can barely smell it at all. At least it's not as pungent. So blue cheese, essentially what it is, it's like regular cheese, but it's usually pretty soft, and it has blue cheese mold on it. The mold is what makes it really tangy and kind of blue cheesy. Oh, actually, I can tell you how cheese is made because I took a class on food science. So essentially, how cheese is made. I had no idea blue cheese had a smell. Oh yeah, it can have a smell. Or at least it might have a smell for some people. Uh, and the thing about that is, so when cheese is made, essentially, so you know how milk has lactose, right? So what happens in the making of cheese is there are these bacteria which kind of eat the lactose, and in eating the lactose, they produce other compounds, which it's kind of like they form the curds of the cheese curd. And also depending on like what you add to the cheese and what bacteria you add to the cheese, that's how you get different cheeses. So for blue cheese, probably either they add the blue cheese mold or they just kind of get it from another blue cheese. Blue cheese mold spreads like crazy. If you go to like the farmer's market, if they don't quite package up like the cream cheese properly, cream cheese is that stuff you put on bagels. If they don't quite seal their cream cheese properly, sometimes blue cheese mold will spread to the cream cheese and it'll taste kind of like tangy, like extra tangy cream cheese. I think I almost stopped a stitch, maybe. I don't think so. Okay, anyway, yeah, yeah, but anyway, okay, so after that step of processing, I believe what they do is they take the cheese and they put it in a cheese cellar and they age it. And I think the more they age it, probably the kind of the harder the cheese is. It's like softer cheeses like mozzarella and ricotta are probably aged for less time. I regret not going on my senior trip in high school. One of the stops was a dairy farm. I could have seen the process in person. Ah, yeah. I've never seen the process in person, but I'm sure it looks pretty fun. Oh, plus when you go to a dairy farm, you can taste like raw cow's milk. That's always really cool. Uh, so, I think I also had a trip to like a dairy farm at some point, except it was in a lower grade. I kind of wish I remembered more about it because I was really young. Although I think I do remember like going across there's a certain bridge that we went across, and for some reason the bridge was like really bumpy. So that was kind of weird. Anyway, I think I'll have to say goodbye or good night because I'm getting like too tired to talk. Yeah, tired. Anyway, so see ya. Have a good night or day or whatever kind of time it is. Yeah. So you probably press the in stream button.